What up? Here we go. Another day, another stream. And my oh my, we got a situation on our hands. Look at that cluster market. Woo! You guys see what I'm seeing? It's getting crazy out in here. Everybody abandoned their pre-patch strategies. And I'm sorry to say, this one is just... there's just too much demand for good clusters right now. We're gonna do a farming session all in one sitting. All the maps loaded up. Yeah, buddy. So I got a good warm-up map. Anybody out there cluster farming? I'm telling you what, it's crazy. It's going crazy. Alright guys, you know the drill. I'm going to jump straight into this. The stream is going to comprise of exclusively a 60 map farming session from start to finish. Intro, outro, and then I got to work in the morning. I have just about enough time to do that, I think. I'm getting really fast and efficient at this. Making over 40 divines an hour as of the last couple of short tests. And that is attempting to normalize the results, so we'll see. Let's give it a formal test, shall we? What's up, guys? New here. Today we are revisiting item level 84 plus tier 17 cluster farming boss rushing edition. So this is the highest form of the strategy. Something pretty wild is going on in the marketplace. This past week we had a new patch and it made everybody, I suppose, abandon the strategies they were doing, which left this strat wanting for more. At the same time, there's a new meta shakeup that has resulted in extremely high demand for one particular cluster that has just skyrocketed to the moon, which has resulted in, if I'm not mistaken, and you know me, I'm pretty plugged in to the best strats. A lot of people are searching, trying to figure out, you know, where the loot is, where the most currency is. And I think this is beating everything right now at this current snapshot in time. Let me show you what I'm talking about. Let's actually pull this down here. I am going to pull this up. Get a load of this. PoE Ninja, current snapshot in clusters, eye level 84. Claw attacks deal 12% increased damage, 12 passives, 7 divines. 7 divines. This is the highest the number has gone. It was 6 divines yesterday. It was 5 divines the day before. It fell a little bit and then rised again. And I just sold a base for 6 divines an hour ago. And so I don't even know the real price right now. It may be 8 divines by the time we finish this farming session. Which is kind of weird because apparently this cluster, as far as the craft is concerned, and for whatever the new meta is, can be done on a different base, like dual wielding or damage with shields. Which I don't think losing any player power at all, but anyway, people are just following the meta. And the result is extremely high demand. You can search this cluster, again, 12 passive item level 84 claw cluster, not corrupted, not fractured. You will see this price is real. And it's going to be reflected in, you know, the dump tab as we get done. The other clusters are still doing okay, falling off a little bit. We're seeing a bit of a bounce back from the Minion 12 passive. 3 passive reservation cluster, usually worth more than this. It's still falling, but hey, that's okay. If there's another cluster at 7 divines, I don't care. That is crazy. And there's also a bunch of 10 to 20 chaos clusters, which will be on my loot filter. Omega Strict is the loot filter I'm using right now. And we'll pick them all up because they all sell without me having to devote any extra time whatsoever, thanks to asynchronous trade, which has made cluster farming better than ever. Okay, that's... we're knocking this out, knocking it out. All right, what do I got to talk about? Let's go to the Atlas. Now, I've done several videos on this before. This is like the 3rd time around, at least, that I've made a video on this. So this is 3.28, or 3.27 edition. And, I mean, it basically just looks identical to what I've had before. I don't think there's really any changes to it at all. I'm missing one passive point, one atlas point, but I mean, basically this is what it looks like. Nico, shrines to get a little bit of player power, because it is a very hard strat to execute at its maximum capacity anyway. All increased effect of modifiers where we can get them. A little bit of T16.5 maps. Imagine Pursuit, very important point, as well as Compulsive Hoarder, very important point. The most important one of all, Unending Nightmare. You have to have this in order to get Delirium clusters to drop after each round. We'll be getting 7 reward rounds, 6, and then the boss will be number 7. That's about half to 2/3 of the map cleared, so we're effectively rushing the boss, maybe stopping to do a breach or partial a breach, and then pick up some shrines and Nico on the way. Voila, we get a lot of player power, go to the boss room. 100% Deli Abomination boss, not easy, but we got some fairly easy maps because it's also easier than ever to purchase regex maps to your liking on trade site offline. Amazing league to do cluster farming, no doubt. And then we need, we need to spawn the Delirium Mirror. We need to have some Eldritch Altar to spawn some extra monsters. That stuff's not too important. Quantity does matter. Increase effect of explicit modifiers. That matters a little bit for the other thing we're target farming, which is the Reality Fragment. That's why the Abomination boss is chosen, because it's a good boss that you can kill relatively quickly as a boss rushing strat and have some pretty good value in terms of the keys. So that makes 2 things we're target farming: reality keys and 12 passive claw clusters, basically. In the setup, I'm going to be running 60 maps. We're going to get this all done in one sitting. I'm going to try to get this video out quickly because the market is kind of volatile on this stuff. So if you're in the know, if you're like watching my content, you're going to see a really, really lucrative strat coming to you in short order. Here's 240 Chaos Orbs to cover the cost of Domination. Added some shrines to the map and monsters. We're going to do Quadruple Paranoia, 1 Mania, same as always. And then we have a bunch of 6, or in some cases, Corrupted 8 mod, Corrupted Abomination maps. Don't know, don't care. I simply, if it passed my little regex, it's fine. And these maps are easier than normal. That's by design, because this is the really hard strat. In order to do this strategy at full capacity, you need to have a very strong character damage-wise and speed-wise. You need to have a very fast character, speed, and well, what did I say? Okay, sorry. You need to have a strong character in terms of defenses. Okay, so you have to be able to tank stuff. You need to have a very fast character in terms of speed, in terms of damage. And you need to be aware of the market and what it's doing, because there are some times when this strat isn't quite so lucrative, but it's never bad. Okay, it would never be worse than, say, B tier. It's somewhere between S plus and B tier at any given time. And right now we are really, the needle is popping off the end at the top right this minute. How long does it take to do these maps? Well, in a recent test, I was able to do 20 maps in under an hour. And so I'm expecting this to be a 3-hour farming session at most, assuming that I don't get locked up or distracted too much by chat, for whom I love, of course. Love chat, but I'm going to be a little extra focused this time around. The investment costs. Right, I got to do the investment cost. Yeah. Here's the investment cost, cheaper than ever. The Abomination map was starting to climb. Now it's fallen a lot. It's lower than it's been in a long time. Paranoia Scarab has also been climbing and then fallen. So this is not only a good time to do the farm in terms of the currency you can gain from the cluster markets, it's also a good time to do it in terms of the investment costs. They seem to be kind of falling overall. These numbers check out, okay? There's no funny business going on here. They check out almost exactly the true investment cost of the strat. So this is, I think, 26.5 divines invested for 60 maps. So what you're telling me is I only need to find 4 12 passive claw clusters and I make my currency back. In case you're wondering, these clusters, they're not all that rare. We're gonna find, oh, actually, hold on, I think I'll come back up to this thing before I do that. One more point, I think there's a bit of skepticism about how common the clusters are. And so, I've been doing this strat a lot, not necessarily because it's my favorite strategy in the whole world. It's just been really lucrative, and the character I happen to have is pretty well designed for it. It's a nice hybrid bossing mapper. And I can tell you that as far as 7 reward rounds set up for this atlas, this strategy, you're going to see basically every single type of cluster on average about once every 4 maps. Now, that might surprise you guys, but I can prove it. I can actually prove it because every single cluster has an identical drop weighting, and we're actually tracking, I believe, a grand total of 12 different types of large clusters. So there's definitely no discrepancy between large cluster and large cluster. What am I talking about? I'm talking 12 passive spell clusters, 12 passive minion cluster, 12 passive claw cluster, 8 passive lightning cluster, 12 passive lightning cluster. A total of 12 are being tracked. And so in the very end, all I have to do to normalize the results, I simply have to count every single large cluster I drop and divide that number by 12, and that is exactly how many of each individual type of cluster I should have got, including the claw clusters, and we can determine the normalized currency per hour that way. So the fact that I'm not doing 100 maps or 1,000 maps, this doesn't really matter for this strat. There's not that much variance in it, and it's especially easy to normalize the result. Similar story with the reality fragment, which will also probably be a close second in terms of value. This abomination boss drops the synthesized fragment, blazing fragment, and reality fragment at a higher rate than the others. Presumably they are equal weighting, which means we can simply add every single one of synthesized, blazing, reality fragment, divide that number by 3, and that's how many reality fragments I should have dropped. And so I can also normalize the results there. And between normalizing the claw cluster and reality fragments, that'll paint a very clear picture of how valuable this strat is. We're not going to get hardly any divine orbs, Valdos boxes, reliquary keys. We're not going to drop a lock or a mirror doing this strat. We're not going to get anything too crazy. It's basically all wrapped up in clusters and key fragments. And just for good measure, in case you find it a little hard to believe that those numbers are real, here's proof that a large cluster base, normal cluster, sold for 6 divines. And so this was a 12 passive cluster. This sold about an hour or two ago. And I mean, you can tell with irrefutable proof that this is not some kind of crafted cluster. It's normal, and it sold for 6 divines. It's time to get started. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. We're going to be using dumb tap A and B. Question in chat, how's the distribution with the other 7 fragments? I don't know yet. I'm not sure. Good question, but don't know. It seems we're dropping more fragments than usual, and then it's also diluted with some other of the fragments. But I still believe that the blazing, synthesize, and reality are identical weightings at the very least. Alright, we're doing Searing Exarch Domination. Here's everything in here, and I don't know why I didn't pull this out, because I should be putting 19 of these in at once. I always seem to forget to do this. We got everything loaded in. I'll need to return to the stash once every 3 or 4 maps to dump things, and we're off. I'm putting in my domination stuff here because this always annoys me when I open a new map with chaos orbs that I actually dropped in the map, and then that value just disappears from the ether and never gets counted again. Well, we already got a claw cluster off the 2nd reward round. Hallelujah. 7 divines. I'm allowing myself to get debated because that can be a minion 12 passive cluster or a claw cluster. Big difference, but both of them are at least close to a divine. Now this filter, Omega Strict, is very strict, but there will be upwards of 100 cluster jewels dropping per map. So there's a huge number of cluster jewels dropping behind the scenes. The further along you get reward round, the more clusters you will see. And, I'll be sure to check here. Like, we can press Alt, and then look at that. I mean, that's a lot of clusters that drop that you're not ever seeing. And so we got 5 reward rounds. You could do this strat so that you only do 5 reward rounds and then rush the boss. It would really be a boss rushing strat, but I think it is worth actually going the full gambit. And occasionally I'll do 8 reward rounds in the event that I get, like, a grand Eldritch Ember altar or something, because those are worth like at least 4 chaos apiece. Alright, that's 6 reward rounds. I'll just kill a tiny bit of this breach so that I might get a little bit of tree currency here. Nothing too crazy. Not going to actually do the breach. And we're basically rushing to the boss, wherever he is. Alright, portal down. Let's do it. I did get a currency. Wow. Cool. Where's Chavron at? Where'd she go? Oh, she's dead. I never even once targeted her and she's dead. I'll take it. And that's it. That's a map. Times 60. We got one reality fragment, and there's the rest of y'all cluster. That actually looks like a lower number than normal. That is boss rushing, high level 84 clusters in a nutshell. And we made a huge amount of currency in map number 1. Let's go again. Don't even need to go to the stash.
Just another stumbling corpse.
There'll be a lot of stacked decks to pick up. Maybe do a little bit of gambling session at the end, opening them if you guys remind me. We're getting this all done in one day. My goal is 50 divines an hour in this strat. See if I can hit it. Well, not if I die. Bad mob type. Time to get the bad mob type. We're gonna find your item filter. Exclamation point filter. Oh, okay, if you're on YouTube, I don't have that in the description. You'll have to check a random YouTube video of mine and then go check the description of it. You can find it there. I got a lot of different filters. The one labeled Omega Strict, this one is. Omega Strict now, so I'm using. It's got, it basically has all the 10C plus clusters showing. It has no mediums showing now, though. I mean, mediums have kind of fallen off, so. Delta Orb's kind of rare. Oh, we gotta die on this one. It's harder boss than normal. Yep. Alright, it's fine. The mini boss is the hard phase, anyway. Any specific map mods I'm looking for? No. Wait, how is she alive? I have Culling Strike. Get out of here with that. Stop lying. There we go. I'm not searching for more currency or anything. Quantity is the only thing that matters, so I'll chisel the map, but it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. There's way too much of the currency we're going for is wrapped up in the reality fragment and clusters. Insofar as cluster drops, all you need to do is just have enough pack size and monsters to get the reward round that you're going for. And I'm not going for 8 reward rounds, I'm only going for 7, so I mean, it's not really a big deal. As far as reality fragment drop rate, it matters a little bit, the quant roll that you have on the map, but not all that much, so, you know, it's fine. All you gotta do is, like, put enough stock into, increased effective explicits and pack size mods and stuff, and it's good enough. Is it because they're eye level 84? Item level 84, especially for the 12 passive clusters and 3 passive small reservation matters a huge deal, yes. Because they're going for increased 35% increase effective modifiers. That roll range can only be hit with 84, and then there's other roll ranges on life, resistances, all attributes, everything like that. That they have to hit that mark. I don't even bother killing the breach boss, but it's convenient enough. Hello, what makes so big profit? 2 things, reality fragments and high level 84 clusters. 12 passive claw cluster especially is skyrocketed in price. It's a new meta with claws and accuracy stacking apparently, and they they need triple 12 passive clusters right now to stack all attributes and intelligence, I think, together as both suffixes with 35% increased effect. I'm guessing that's what they do. Well, there's huge demand for it, and not enough people are farming it, so that's what happens. Like a terrible drops that map, but that's okay. That's okay. We got 1 claw cluster, 1 reality fragment. All level 5. I got level 4s and 5s. Not all 5. I haven't, like, I don't know, it's King's March is never, I've never gotten a mirror from that or anything. It always seems like it's kind of a waste. Gold is really expensive this league. It hurts more than normal to keep that up and running. Usually it's not that big of a deal, but like I still have a hard time sustaining the gold for it. Yeah, Stuart's okay on gold, but it's not great. Reality fragment. Pretty fast. In one day, I managed to get my runtime on these maps from like 30 minutes or an hour and 30 minutes for 20 to under an hour for 20. I finally just was like, all right, enough being slow. You're gonna go fast now. 40 div, I know. I'm not even aware of a strat that makes this much currency. Unless it's like some super high variance thing, like you know, pilfering or mirror lock chasing or something like that. Those might be. But compared to those, this is really consistent loot. There's still some variance, but I'll be able to normalize the results very easily, so that'll be nice for everybody. What can I do with Toxic Rain? I would suggest doing, I would definitely suggest doing my Shrine strat, because, you know, that build can handle the Shrine strat for sure. That made good currency with the Eater of World stuff. Just choose the Eater of World minion options every time. Really unlucky on cluster drops in general, like all the others, and I can see in the orange ones. Weird. Another 12 passive claw. And a reality fragment. Hey, that's a good map. Does your wealthy exile show 40 div an hour? Just watch the VOD, uncut. This is an uncut VOD on Twitch. It's linked in the description. But it will probably not technically say 40 div an hour. Fortunately, there's a VOD. It actually doesn't count. No, it doesn't count the 12 passive claw anyway, for some stupid reason. I don't know why. It counts every other cluster properly except the claw one. The claw's not even on the list. It doesn't count it for anything. Maybe because it has like a built-in like inhibitor for outliers or something that is, you know, maybe it doesn't believe the numbers on PoE Ninja or something, so it just like doesn't count it. I would guess. I don't know. So yeah, I can't do it anyway, even if I wanted to. What's the breakout claw build? Supposedly it's like int accuracy stacker. Int conversion to accuracy or something. Like that. Something might be wrong with my filter. Not seeing any orange ones. Go this long without seeing any orange ones. It's crazy. Huh. Talking like mid-tier clusters. There are like 12 large clusters on my filter, and I haven't like seen any of them. I don't know why. Medium's not on my filter. Okay. Getting weirdly unlucky on the mid-tier clusters. No, my mapper died. Not like this. You can still make a ton of currency without killing the boss. You just won't make 40 divines an hour. You can make at least half of that. You can make at least half of what I'm making without killing the boss. It'd probably be like 2/3. Damn. Spicy. Only orange ones I find are mediums. Check my filter now. I'm finding this hard to believe. Didn't like accidentally turn it off, did I? Nope. There.
I've got some wealth for you. Business.
All right. Let me get out of my head here. Click on filter. Yeah, I guess 8 passive lightning is there. I found bizarrely few large clusters that are on my filter. Again, 12 different types of clusters are on it in total. Should see a lot of orange coming out. I might be missing them, but probably not. I'm trying to pay pretty close attention to it. Boss seemed tanky. God. Got a full force of 2 stones against me. I'll be dying 3 times on the one boss. Murder mitts are actually worth a lot. Wait, second guy died?
Sold something while you were gone.
Okay, dude. Thing is, I got damage speed for the boss to get one shot by him. Well, I mean, usually that's what happens to my character too, but instead of running Headhunter to help make up for it, I just have a character that actually has some level of tankiness to it. Wait, what? Oh. Hold on.
Yes, who would you like to hire? I've got plenty more eager to sign up. Here's the next set.
You've had a sale, exile.
I can't be the only one who's been doing this strat a lot this league. I somehow didn't hit the mirror walking all around it. There we go. We saw another large cluster. Finally. Clusters are harder to sell. Well, usually I don't think they're harder to sell. They're annoying to sell before asynchronous trade. I don't think they're hard to sell in the sense that they don't sell unless you're like trying to craft them and then you know you have different. That's a whole different ball game then. Which case, yeah, it can be tough to identify the real value or wait on a buyer. But you can make more currency too. Which cluster am I searching? Well, primarily 12 passive claw now. Oh. Should have died there. Random cluster drop, nice. Small cluster. That used to be the big one we cared about. How many divs the base cluster? It's at least 6. It's 6 and rising. It says 7 on the app, which means sales are actually being made for 7. I killed the wrong one first. I would have went about that a little differently then. Pay attention. Oh. Another small and claw passive cluster, and a reality and devouring fragment. Whew. Whew. That's nice. That is so much currency. Oh my god. What is that, like 10 divines? That dropped in the boss room there? That's either 3 or 4 of them. I've already lost count. I'm not going to be as good with the overlay as usual. Is the overlay actually showing for you guys? Or did I forget to turn it on again? Hey, nice. Today I'm a good streamer. Ball's coming in. Coming in hard. Oh, our first 12 passive minion cluster and another reality.
Sold something while you were
Okay,
gone.
deserved. Five realities. 3 claws. It's here. Yeah. It's 3 12 passive claws. The map counter isn't right. Actually, I've only done 10 maps. Or this is the 10th map, I think. What? Give me life. Now I'm seeing a lot of mid-tier large clusters. I'm beginning to wonder there. AoE Shrine's pretty dank for this strat. Reality fragment. What's the claw build? I think it's some kind of claw int accuracy conversion stacker. Triple 12 passive claw for intelligence stacking, something like that. You mind checking POB whenever bots having issues with defense random? I'm not checking it right now on stream, but you can go to the Discord. If you ping me on the Discord, the build help section, I'll look at it. We got Discord for that. Another small. Alright, I've actually found more smalls than claws now. 3 or 4 or 5 of them. I guess that makes me unlucky. I'm not unlucky, can't find a claw in 30 maps. Are you doing the maps like I'm doing? With the same atlas? 7 reward tiles, boss included? Accept death like the Messiah doesn't rise again. Alright, not wrong. Not wrong. I feel like I should quote John 3:16 right now on stream. Right after that. Oh. Action Rob with the sub. Thank you, thank you. Filter is Omega Strict. It's the one I'm using for the cluster farm now. This one. Think it's worth throwing alchemy clusters? Yes, I do think it's worth throwing alchemy orb at the clusters before you send it through. I do. Usually what I do is I ID them, augment, then regal, then alch orb, and then I check them. Just briefly and then send them through. Usually at their base value. Trap throw speed, synth belt, is that any good? Random small cluster, wow. So I'm actually dropping more clusters than I think. There's actually a lot of random clusters dropping. Boy, I didn't want to actually trigger it. How long do they sit on the shop before they sell? I mean, the ones that are only worth like 5 to 10 C sometimes sit for a while and then somebody buys them all at once. The 12 passive claw will sell really quick though, at like 5 or 6 div right now. Depends, I mean, it'll sell quick at 6 div right now because it's rising up to 7. But that, you know, that's super volatile market right now, so. Kill this boss. Can't even get a currency.
I've got some wealth for you.
Ooh. Omega strict filter on my list. Who exalts no divines? Scammed. Takes me a little longer if I don't find the breach till the end. Oh, another small? You should have the Corralito flask with the tech with adrenaline and no life on hit. Gives you super high adrenaline uptime with the gloves, with these gloves. And that's on purpose, around 45, no more than around 45% chaos res to maximize that. You should slightly drain your life, slightly, at around 45 chaos. And then if you have no life on hit, you'll get maximum adrenaline uptime that way. You should have leech, of course. You need to have the belt. Make sure you have the right belt on. If you're on the league start portion, you need the fire version of the belt. I've seen some people ruin the league start by using like the lightning version of the belt or something. If you have the fire version of the belt, you actually have some real leech off of Detonate Dead. Okay. Should be good then. Go past a minion. Things are coming more into balance, I guess. Map 16. So I've got 3 claws and 15 maps. And I'm expecting to get 1 every 4-ish maps. Or at least 1 every 5 maps. Cartographer Scarab, okay. Damage comes from Detonate Dead corpses. Corpse explosion. It's a lot less damage at League Start with Desecrate, but Unearth level 30 gives a super high HP corpse from Unearth. Oh. I guess... Are any Cartographer Scarabs actually worth anything right now? Oh, risk, right. Yeah, that one would be on this filter. Check. If I drop a risk, it'll show up. Yeah, yeah, I do. I know I have that one on there. Yep. Yeah, it's exact strat. It's quadruple paranoia. Got Atlas command in Twitch. Exclamation Atlas. It's up to date. Hey now, I got 3 exalts and no divines. Let me just... Now I'll get to say I was unlucky on this farm. Invariably. Tried to gamble your savings away and failed. Failed in the gamble. Would Hora ask about difference in timeless jewels? Now each jewel has a totally different seed. There's no real correlation from one number to another. It's just different seeds that give different bonuses to specific notables. They do match, so like if you had the same seed as I do, then you would have the same notable enhancements as I do. There's a calculator, timeless jewel calculator online that you can use to check. It's a tier 1, isn't it? I did drop my first tier 0 earlier today off stream. That was cool. Yeah, timeless jewels is like the hardest thing in the game to really wrap your head around. You absolutely have to use a third-party program to figure out what, and then even then you have to like have a baseline understanding about how to search the seeds and what to look for, what stats are good for your build, and it's pretty annoying. What did I drop? This armor. I forget what its name is. I think it's tier 1. Oh, what did I drop before? Marohi Urki. Tier 0. Nothing special, just dust. I have a regex for the build that is like the worst mods you wouldn't want to run, and then you can type exclamation regex to see that. As far as the maps that I buy, I basically cut out like, I don't know, at least a third of the possible map modifiers, just the really bad ones. Even things like 200% physical gain is extra damage on monsters, and you know, less curse effect, and less recovery of life, mana, you know, that kind of stuff. Some things that are just kind of gnarly, but are fine on like an easy map, but they're like not fine on this kind of map. Which filter? Omega Strict. That's the one I usually don't go any higher than this. On strictness. It's only, this is the highest one aside from highest tiers, but yup. Oh god, the worst mob type map. Wow. It's got 3 bad mob types. Jesus. Hell. I would have missed that. Like the layout. Finally, a divine orb. 3 chaos. There are 3 exalts later. I like Abomination layout. Okay, it's a boss that's it's not an easy boss, but it's a fast boss if you can handle it. Sorry, the Chosen is still a tank on this filter. Keep forgetting to update that. Second divine orb. Playing catch up, guys. Deserved. The flasks have 100% uptime, yeah. Well, not the one unique flask I'm using, but the others do. Reality fragment.
I've got some wealth for you.
Doing pretty good on reality frag drop rates. As long as I get at least... It looks like I should get at least 50% drop rate. One every other map on average.
Everyone is simply using you.
Wait, what? Oh, Jack Helfer, thanks for the double sub. Gifted subs. We got drops still going on now, huh? Yeah, I may have known that. Drops are turned on though. Usually they don't have drops continuing this late into League. Oh, nice. Heated the system. She had so much poison there. She actually took a corpse explosion off Malagara, but then immediately went in the air, nullified all the damage. Map 20. Why red altars? Mainly because they spawn immediately. Eldritch Null, nice. Green altars are a little dangerous too. Because the abomination, straight down the line. You can get like laser beam down the hallway kind of stuff, so that's kind of annoying too. Maybe some tinks. Small cluster, reality devouring. Woo! Graph's almost full. Uh-oh. 20 maps done. Yeah, I got 7 reservation small clusters already. That's some pretty wild RNG on those. Dude, what the fuck? Oh my god, it's so stupid how it does that. Alright, well, we're a little behind schedule on claws, even though I dropped one immediately in the first map. Not coming out bone dry, at least. Any difference between 3 paranoia, 2 mania, 4 paranoia, 1 mania? You might get an extra reward round with double mania. The maps will be harder though. You'll get into 100% deli faster. It's a bit of a toss up a little bit, but I'm quite certain that 4 paranoia is actually better. More rewards overall. I haven't, you know, done real math on this though. Like, 2 mania, 3 paranoia might be better in the event that you proc the 3 extra reward rounds or something, you know, something like that. But without that procking, I'm pretty sure paranoia is better. I remember looking at it at one point, but I didn't do like major math on it. If somebody knows the answer, please share with us. $40 an hour on clusters. Clusters and reality fragment combined. Clusters and boss fragments, yeah. Mostly reality fragment. It's that poison, dude. Not more dangerous than expected. Deserve to die if you misclick that many times. Jesus, the frick. Misclick the shrine like 4 times. Really? Okay, I must have not been phasing. That was strange. Felt like I was running straight into a wall. Is it just searing runes that's causing this much trouble? Jeez. Alright. This might be a little hard to kill this boss. Do the smart thing. Wrong fragment. XYRM with the 2 gifted sub. Thank you. Hope you're enjoying the strap video in the making. Habla español? No, I'm afraid I can't. Okay. Be ornery. No. I think you mean to say, Nihongo dake onegai shimasu. Learned it from anime. Yeah, I'm so into anime that I decided to roll on Japan's realm for no good reason. Yeah, for sure. I'm so... Wait, let me pull this up. I'm so into anime that I have a ping of 3 MS off of Japan realm. That's how into anime I am, guys. that is some serious love for anime. Through sheer will of Otaku strength. I logged into the Japanese server with 3 ping from halfway across the world. For sure, dude. Doggy dedicated. Or MS lost. You lose. You're not 3. You're 4. Sometimes I'm 2. I'm 2 MS in Shikai form.
While you were gone,
I'm 2 MS. Yeah, I'll highlight that. That's pretty funny. Some pretty bad RNG on clusters lately. Haven't seen a Tink in some time. Be overdue for another claw. Give me another claw. Yeah, everyone got wasted. Alright, gotta do another map. I'm probably gonna have a map where I drop like 3 claws in one map or something. Right now I got grands. Jesus, dude, if I got grands, then I'm out of here. Or, well, no, I should do the whole map, actually. Alright, we'll go an extra set of rewards since I got grands. 8 reward round. Should be able to do it with a full break like this.
Let's see you get through. Victory!
Whoa. I just need one more reward round, actually. Damn. So bad. I've watched the last 5 maps. I don't think you've dropped a single div. You don't drop divine orbs on this strat very much. I have dropped 2 though, in total. Or did you just mean a tink? I mean, I opened my first map and dropped a 12 passive claw, instantly made 6 or 7 divines in like the first 5 seconds of the farm. So I mean, that's how it goes, you know. Farm do be like that. Yeah, this farm was, well, I mean, this farm has never been about raw loot. You never dropped raw loot with this farm in any meaningful way. Think about it, like, you see the reward tiles. This is a tile set reward map. 100% of the scarabs offers like 0 monsters. Like, you get 0 extra mobs on the map for the scarabs we're using. It's just all tile set reward cranking that up. That's all it is. So essentially, this is like a this is like a delirious Alkengo map in terms of raw drops. It's a delirious Alkengo map. That's why we see almost no raw loot. Plague Stone sold for 7 divines. That is yeah, I put one of my clusters up, the last one I got, for 7 divines in case it actually sold for that as a base. That means it's true. It's real. 7 divine base sale. Whoa. Dang, dude. It is actually worth that much. That is crazy. Shavron. Malagar walked over to Shavron as he died. His corpse blew her the F up. Guys, okay, for all of you people who are not finding clusters, do you at the very least believe that every cluster has an even weighting? Do you believe that as a baseline? So like a 12 passive minion is not any more common or rare than a 12 passive lightning versus an 8 passive lightning, or a 10 passive chaos, or a 12 passive claw. All of those have exactly the same weighting. Because as long as you believe that, then you can check your drops in terms of what you should be dropping. Because you can pick up any cluster, put whatever clusters you have on your radar at all, you cross-reference that with the other clusters you found, and then for each type of cluster on your filter, you divide the total, you check the total number of large clusters or clusters you've dropped divided by the number of cluster types that are on your filter, and that is the number of each individual type of cluster you should get. Average. So if I have let's say I got 5 different types of clusters on my filter, and I dropped 100 clusters, then I should have dropped 20 of each type, okay, in X number of maps. Like, that's what it means. Like, it's just simple math. You can check the math yourself. There might be some discrepancy between, like, you know, there might be slight different drop rates between smalls and mediums and large, but certainly if you just check all the larges against themselves, and there's no funny business in that. That isn't how the math is mathing for you? Well, alright. Tried to give you a reprieve. Nothing else I can do for you. Sounds like you don't want the solution. Okay, fair enough. Well, passive claw with a small passive, but no reality fragment.
We've made a trade.
So weird to me how I went like 5 maps without even seeing an orange cluster, and now I see one almost every single round. We got the extra reward round on this one. Actually, maybe I should do... I should go all the way with these. Go an extra reward round when I hit this. It'd be pretty easy with the breach. How much extra time that takes. Yeah, I guess I will. Today I got Gloom Shrine as well. Half's full. Yeah, it's probably not worth doing this. See how many reward rounds I got though? How many clusters are here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14. 14 cluster drops. I've gone absolutely ballistic on small reservation clusters on this farm. I mean, I'm already like near my quota. I'm not even halfway done with the farm. I think I got over 10. Of Awakening. Bit of an outlier. I feel like I'm getting pretty unlucky on realities.
I've got some wealth for you.
I guess I got 9. Send these through.
I welcome you. She is pleased. The Genesis tree accepts your offering.
Trash.
Oh, check in with me when you have a moment.
Yeah, that's why I said 4 or 5. I think it's closer to 4 actually than 5 with the way I'm doing it. But we'll see. Boss drops annulment orbs. That's a divine orb altar equivalent. Does rarity increase scarab drops? Nope, it does not. So the question on rarity and scarabs. Rarity doesn't do anything in the game anymore. Or, well, I mean, it always, in this game, it always only gave you unique and, you know, rares. Magic mobs instead of magic loot instead of normal. It doesn't affect your currency or scarabs or anything else. In PoE 2, it affects a lot of things, though.
Kill them dead.
No, this is not the same on tier 16. This strat's pretty garbage on tier 16. There's a variation where you run this really fast mapping with, like, you know, divination. Or wait, sorry, no. On tier 16, the farm for tier 16 is your target farming delirium orbs. So you're not running endless delirium. That's it. Die. No, they're small.
Sold something while you were gone.
What? Yeah, you can do this strat without doing the boss. You farm like 5 or maybe 6 reward rounds, skip the boss. Obviously, if you can rush the boss real hard, got real strong, fast character, you get a lot more currency, including the boss. But you still do alright without it. Yeah, you can absolutely participate in cluster farming without killing the boss. No, I don't go for 7. 6 max. just get out and do another map, because you have to spend like twice as much time in the map just to get the 7th round. It's not worth it. Your margins are definitely not so tight that you need to do that. Could rush the boss before hitting the mirror. Well, part of the boss, including the boss, is for the free reward round that kicks in. It has way more value the longer you hold off on it. It doesn't really mean anything if you use it in the very beginning of the map. I guess you mean for the reality fragment, but yeah. Map has 3 mini bosses, and then the main boss. Finally dropped a reality fragment after forever.
Sold something while you were gone.
I guess I'm doing okay on it. 13 out of 30. A little below. We're definitely behind on the 2 biggest items. On both of them. I've got fewer than I would normally have. Oh, I actually have 4 claws. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to have at least 6 claws right now. Not 4. Like 6 or 7 is what I should have. Rice Latha's coil. I think people with simulacrums go for like AFK, make it so they can AFK it. Another small. Man, if this was last league or the league before, this small count. Wasn't even a damage shrine. Nemesis Scarab. Yo, what are those up to now? It's a Searing Rune map. They aren't up? Well, that's too bad. I mean, I guess it's good if you're using them. How'd that corpse not destroy her? Allegro died like right on top of her. Nice new doing same strat you were doing earlier YouTube video. On a YouTube video, yes. On a recent one where I was doing the boss killing strat, yeah. I hadn't really talked about it on YouTube recent video, not much, but like there was another YouTube video where I was talking about what I did between days 2 and 3. That was this strat, no boss. God. I can't stop dropping smalls, guys. Can't stop. It's wild. dancing. You have a dedicated filter for this? Yeah, Omega Strict filter that I'm currently using. What makes a strat do 40 div an hour? Well, there's a cluster jewel that's worth evidently now 7 divines at the base, 12 passive claw cluster. Without that cluster in play, it'd still be about 30 div an hour, or close to it, but especially with that cluster being what it is, it's, yeah, it's upwards 40 plus. And there's also reality fragments, you get a lot of those too, and boss fragments in general. And reality's not the only valuable one, but it's a high one. Come on. I love it when I die only because I'm looking at loot. Ouch. Back to the beginning of the map. Really? Would map. Really would be map. God. Super rippy map. I'm getting one shot by that? The fuck?
Something while you were gone.
I didn't expect to fail a single one of these maps, but it's about to happen. Insane. Okay. It's been a long time since I actually failed a map.
Your life will leave no trace.
To be fair, if I'd kept hematophagy on my anoint, probably would have been fine. There's still a recovery issue, in part. Build has such finicky recovery. You don't roll anything in these maps. Quant is the only valuable mod, really. Unless you want to try and farm currency at the same time. You have the strat as a Google Doc or vid? I do have a vid from 3.26, I think. That's with like a headhunter character. But I mean, it's functionally the same thing. We're making this a YouTube video today. Dude, where are you? My rewards at? Be near 6. There we go. Abomination is the best map in terms of speed and fragment value. There's no map, I don't think there's any tier 17 map in the game that enables you to kill the boss as quickly as Abomination while also having either a heightened devouring fragment or reality. A Sanctuary is, you know, the only other one if there is one. I suppose Sanctuary is probably better, but Abomination's cheaper. Because people use Sanctuary for like real strats. Yeah, Ziggurat is too slow. Citadel is slow. Sanctuary is more expensive because it competes with real strats. Like, if you have infinite DPS, you can kill the Abomination boss in, like, less than 10 seconds. Like, less than 5 seconds, even.
We've made a trade.
Because after the 3 mini-boss phase, he spawns instantly, and he's, you know, he can be immediately 100 to 0'd.
Retreat, Highspawn!
There we go. Faster kills. And a reality fragment. So glad they made Foulborn Mage Blood for the OCD enjoyed. I mean, I don't get your point though, because you can't wear 2 Mage Bloods at once, so it's still going to be imbalanced. Hey man, I just started the strat because you were streaming the League Start video. I did this 10 maps and got 1 res cluster for 70C. Am I just dog shit unlucky? Am I doing something wrong? No clusters, none. I mean, you are dropping clusters, right? You just didn't get the 1 jackpot cluster. They all have equal weighting, so you just gotta run more maps. No, there's no super magic to it. The headband. Okay. Nice. Wait, I don't even have the deli mirror. What am I doing? Guess we're going 5 rounds on this map. Actually, I'll just do the breach, I guess. Try 100 maps instead of 10. Yup. Alright, I got extra incentive to full clear the map. Grands. Are you guys killing the boss? Getting your boss fragments at least? You definitely don't lose currency if you can at least kill the boss. But you will lose currency in the short run if you can't kill the boss. Yeah, I did the breach. Yeah, and then the scarabs don't do anything for the boss loot, so pretty good. Why is my recovery shit? Don't have any anti-recovery mods. Hi, what do the items that you are farming do, and what are they worth? Reality fragment off the boss, mostly. All boss fragments, uber fragments. And cluster jewels. High level 84 cluster jewels roll higher than any other item level. 12 passive claw cluster jewel is an anomaly right now. 7 divines without being crafted. Just dropping it as 7 divines. I got the sale to prove it. Yeah. Seven. It was 5 yesterday. It was 6 a little bit ago, and now it's 7. It'll probably be 5 in a few hours again, but I mean, who knows? Not like it's going to be like 3 or less in a day. It should hold at least like 5 plus for the next, I don't know, 24 hours, I would say. Quite in tune with these cluster markets and how they work. It will crash eventually, though. I think the big reason why it's spiking is nobody wants to do the strat because everybody wants to test new strats because of the... It's a combination, it's a timing thing where a new meta build is emerging that calls for a bunch of 12 passive claw clusters, 3 per build. And at the same time, a new patch came out that dictated we need to, you know, start testing and checking other strats, which means everybody stop what they're doing. It's time to test other strats, you know. So everybody stop doing this strat. They have to roll and be fractured. Yeah, I mean, that's how it works in general. Like, that's why any 12 passive cluster is worth a lot. Or ever becomes worth a lot. They get ripped out of the market real hard because of the failed fractures.
Sold something while you were gone.
Did Palestron at least tell people they can buy a different cluster? Oh my god, dude. Stand there, can't stand here, can't stand anywhere. Okay. He's totally resigned to the community, not listening and stuff like that. Did he at least mention it in passing? Hey guys. You see this claw cluster? Check out this other one. It does the same thing. See, it's like 100 times cheaper. It's crazy. Oh, finally a tank. 12 passive minion. Minion. Man, if I was only doing 40 maps on this test, I would have got screwed. I'm just gonna hope that the next batch of 20 plays catch up. Boxes is 20 div an hour. This strat is more than 20 div an hour on a bad day. Assuming that you're, you know, like if I just shut the camera off and counted it right now, I would be way over 20 div an hour. And I'm unlucky at this point. But that could change. Like boxes has staying power, like it'll always be at least good. This one depends on the economy being ripe for it. Double small. God, how many smalls? Oh, I never get.
I've got some wealth for you.
Should at least one in there with full life. What's up with that pause and the damage? Damage is literally pausing. Another small. 3 reservation small clusters this map. Stop it.
You've had a sailing sail.
I don't even see what you guys are arguing. You guys are arguing a lot in my chat. What are you even arguing about? I mean, you can argue, but you're halfway cordial. Yeah, the start of the VOD. You can see my YouTube intro if you just watch the VOD. I mean, I started at like 5-minute mark or something. So. Build looks super cool. Thanks, dude. Cast on crit poison. Bow assassin. Detonate dead. Part of the reason why this strat's one of the best strats is because it's not a raw loot strat, which a lot of people are trying desperately to get raw loot, and it's just not a good league for that. I mean, there's probably something that exists out there that hasn't really been identified yet, but I will do some wildwood testing a little later on, maybe after this strat actually. Glass Cannon Deadeyes can still do this strat with a boss kill if you go in with like 50 headhunter buffs. And have even like 1 or 2 layers of defense. Like Flesh and Stone or something, you know? The reality fragment. Who's the first liked the stream? Oh, thank you, dude. Yay. Well, I'm definitely dropping a lot of clusters on my radar now, so we'll have some good normalized results at least. Tracking 12 different types of clusters, so I'll take the total number of 12 different types of large clusters. I'll take the total number of large that I find divided by 12, and that's how many of each type I should have found, including a passive clause, and I can normalize the results against that. Similarly with the reality fragment, synthesize and blazing fragments, they're higher drop rates. So I actually get a really, really good read on the actual viability, lucrativeness of this strategy today. in even just 60 maps. I would be very interested in the results if I were you guys. We're gonna get done today too. I see a lot of realities dropping lately. I haven't had a single map where I dropped 2 of them, though, I don't think. Usually I get that.
We've made a trade.
$19 and 20 maps is, or 40 maps is okay.
Approach, challenger.
I shall slay every last one of you. Envy!
Invulnerable Shrine. What?
Gone, foul enemy!
$1,100 graph blood? Still feels like Breach is a waste of time. Even if I get a bunch of currency from it, it feels like a waste of time. Oh, wow. That was... Man, I was locked down there. So ridiculous. Has anybody got anything good from the Breach tree? Scarabs do I use for the strat? Quadruple Paranoia, 1 Mania. Uh-huh. Oh! Wait, what? Death by looting divine. Classic. Ooh, secret tank. Secret, not a real tank. Man, that's taxing on the eyes. How many deli orbs? There's no deli orbs involved in this map. No. I'm neither dropping them nor using them. It's permanent delirium. It's all about cluster jewels. BBQ. Bosta with the gifted sub. Hey man, appreciate it. Am I using Aspect of the Spider on the amulet? Yes, I am. I thought Poison Cap was lifted in High Delirium. Isn't it if you have Delirium on the map, your Poison Cap is effectively lifted? Because it's about how much damage you do, not... Or it's because it's how much damage the monster takes, not how much damage you do? Or am I wrong on that? I mean, that's what is implied in PoE or POB. Well, I asked because I don't see the monster suddenly taking more damage when they go into half-life, and I have Punishment Curse on. I've seen it before in the past. But like, I'm not at Poison Cap against the Abomination boss, right? He doesn't die that fast. In 100% Deli Abomination boss? No way I'm Poison Capped on that. His health bar wouldn't he get deleted in like 1 second or something? White Scarab of Invigoration. What? I'm petrified. Got you baited. I was hoping that was a claw cluster. You know it's a pretty good farm when you're let down by getting a Blight Scarab of Invigoration as a drop. That's like a disappointing drop on this farm. Not to mention Divine Orb. Your honest take on loot. We pulled through 3.15 in Calandar right now. Feel pure breach rewards. Well, I don't think breach is very good loot. Although I haven't really tested it in any serious way since the patch. But I mean, you know, I've listened to what people say. I think the only thing it's good for is maybe dropping scarabs. Raw loot is rough right now. If you want to drop like locks and mirrors, you're gonna have to wildwood fish probably. Something revolving around that.
I've got some wealth for you.
Listen, my takes on loot, most people don't actually jive with my takes on loot. I feel like it's all in a microcosm of the league. I like poverty leagues as much as I like abundance leagues because, you know, it's just good to have a little bit of a pendulum effect there going on, and the less loot that's dropping, the more valuable the loot that you do drop is. If you look at it that way, it doesn't make that much of a difference. It's only if you're somebody who can't get out of your own head about like how loot was in previous leagues and how the economy was in a given previous league, and that you feel like some sort of misbegotten FOMO about how much loot you used to drop but not dropping this one, without even taking into account the fact that, oh, I don't know, say mage blood is like still really expensive, but like last league or something, it was like worth half as much at this time or something to that effect because it was just dropping right and left for people. There's like, I don't know, there's really only two camps that ought to complain about a poverty league, and that's the camp of people who like, they want to finish a character really quickly, so in order to do that they need there to be a ton of loot dropping, because they need like valuable loot to not be so valuable because it's dropping all over the place everywhere. So that's one camp, and the other camp is people who just like, they get off on X tinks per hour, and it's not really about how much currency they're making relative to the marketplace, it's about getting X tinks per hour or something like. But I'm in neither of those camps. I'm here for a league long term, so I'm not in like some kind of rush to get a character finished, or it's not like I feel bad if it takes me, you know, an extra day to get a headhunter, farm a headhunter or something like that, relative to a normal league. And I'm not bent out of shape about like not seeing as much raw loot as I did in Affliction League or something. It's not like I play a league and then I immediately lament the lack of loot because, God, you remember how it was in Affliction? Remember how it was in Affliction? Like, that's not what goes through my head. I don't think it's good to have that outlook. I think you just end up making yourself mad. There's always a most lucrative strat in a league, and there's always good strats in a league relative to how the economy is affected. And you know what? This strat right here, oh wow, petrified on top of a, what, petrified and drowning? This strat right here is usually worse, but because the economy is the way it is and ground loot is bad this league, that elevates this strategy. So I mean, anybody who actually likes farming a strat like this would be happy about that, right? Just as an example. people who like spamming Legion Dunes all league will like Poverty Leagues because their tile set rewards and just general like Alkengo loot goes a much longer way throughout the entire league than it does if, you know, last league people are dropping insane loot out of the Alva strat or something. I mean, there's so many different perspectives to have on it. Yeah, in some extreme cases, you're hiding leather belts because Headhunter's worth 3 divines in that league, yeah. It's not worth looking through hundreds and hundreds of belts every map just to find that one 3-div hit. Yeah, it makes it feel kind of lame. If everything is dropping, then nothing is worth anything. When it drops. Take! Oh, small cluster again. Nice when stuff that is cheap because casuals actually get to try it out. I don't know. I mean, that in order to make that argument, you're setting an arbitrary bar of what constitutes, you know, trying it out as if like the journey of gearing out a character is nothing except the end. Like, you don't have to use a Mage Blood in a build in order to feel fulfilled out of playing in a league or something. If you're a casual, you know. I don't know, the immediate rebuttal to that is it's all about the journey, not the destination, anyway.
Check in with me when you have a moment.
Some people just want to make multiple journeys, multiple characters. I mean, alright, well, at the end of the day, the best faith argument on both sides is a constant tug of war between, you know, wanting to experience the game in full quickly and or multiple times versus wanting to savor the journey and have something worth farming for the long enduring time. I mean, it's an argument, it's just, you know, it's an even-handed debate between those two ideals, and I certainly favor the latter, like massively. I mean, you know, you guys know that. I'm heavily biased in favor of extending the journey, so if anything, I prefer Poverty Leagues for that reason. I only ever want to make one character in a league, really, and I want that character to have, you know, a full, well, I used to say full 3-month journey, but, you know, we can't even get that anymore because we'll be flopping back and forth between PoE 1 and PoE 2. Imagine if you took 3 weeks to start farming or whatever to do comfortably. There are people who prefer that. They play ruthless mode. Might even be somebody like that in the chat. They play the game as it was designed by the god himself, CW. Who's now designing the true successor to PoE 1. You reforge crit or add remove? You can reforge, it's safe. Is Chris still at GGG? No. I mean, he might show up to like special events or something. He's not. I don't think he's getting paid anymore. Divested completely, I think. Yeah. Yeah, he's starting his new studio with David Brevet, I think.
Approach, challenger.
Yes, Chris Wilson, the great gatekeeper, to you feeling the weight of every decision you make in the game, including the accept trade button. I mean, he might have like he might technically have an advisory role in the company still, but I don't even think he has that anymore. Okay. I wish every boss room looked like this right here. It'd be so easy. Free cannon fodder, though. Get that breach, guys. I lost it. No way. How'd I lose that breach? That's crazy. Well, we're now in the very unlucky territory on the claws. Should have like 10 of them. Around 10 of them right now, and I have 4. We'll verify that though at the end. Could be off. Can't be way off though. Always make my own build. Yeah. The last time I didn't make my own build, or at least took extremely heavy inspiration from another build creator, would be Scourge League. Scourge League. League started Toxic Rain for the first time. Didn't know how to play it. I don't remember whose Toxic Rain it was. Is it hard to learn? Yeah, at the time, yeah. Toxic Rain's an easy one. As far as like archetypes, it's one of the easier archetypes to play and learn, because there's not actually that many variables or ways to scale it, which means it's a simple skill jump. Far cry from this build. 2 Wildwoods in a row, come on. Save that karma for later, though. Every large cluster I drop is 1/12 of a claw cluster. You could think of it that way.
Approach, challenger.
Never sync Uber Strict show claws. Uber Strict? I don't know. I never run Uber Strict for this strat. At least run Insane Strict, and it will for sure. I think Uber Strict shows like almost everything though. It's a small chance it might not. They're linked to my filters? Yeah. Exclamation filter. Or, oh, from YouTube. You have to go check a random YouTube video to find the filter. I don't have it in the description of the stream. I can start putting it in there, though. Omega Strict mapping. Yep. That's the one. Once you get build strong enough to do this, it's pretty Smooth. Kind of turn your brain off. I can pretty much turn my brain off on this strat. I have to focus a little bit on the boss, but... A small reservation cluster. Yes, it's Omega Strict. That is the one.
Approach, challenger. I'm gonna get some loot off that boss. Can't stop me. What was that thing doing there? I'm all the way up here. $4,000. Yeah. And a couple other things. Are you using shrines from the last tree? This is not the shrine tree. This is a different tree. It's in the. Oh, actually, the description of that video, that might. I don't remember if I put the description in there or not. The Atlas tree isn't listed in the video. I'll link it one time since I'm here. You can check it on the Twitch stream side. Well, passive minions. Dang it, dude. I'm getting screwed. Well, passive minion. No. Never lucky. What? If it happened a third time in a row, I'd have freaked out. How long did it take me to get my build together? Long enough to farm about 500 divines. Like 500 divines invested in this. Something like that. So, I mean, a little over a week. I didn't farm super seriously this league. Okay, so what if it took you 5 weeks? You still enjoy this game if it was a lot slower? Yeah. I would probably prefer to play Ruthless mode as a content creator if it was more appealing to the audience, but it's not. Like, if I just played this game for fun, I would probably play Ruthless. I'm not even kidding. I wish Ruthless was more popular than it was. I know this because I played Ruthless with Gold when it was first introduced, and it was actually a lot of fun. I felt. You guys might remember they had that mini event, Ruthless with Gold. Nice. Just tell me that portal's there. Oh my god. Forgot to put the portal down. Wow. I never forget. What the hell? Well, yeah, Kripari and I are alike in our affinity for a longer than average journey, I guess you could say. I had to come back to see what that 6th reward round offered. It dropped in the distance. I couldn't see what it was. Price for 12 passive claws is 7 Divines baseline. At least 1 hour ago it was.
Just need a moment to catch my breath.
Well, passive minion again. TLDR of the strat. Yeah, there's TLDR. The strat video for the YouTube to be put on YouTube was made at the starting around the 5-minute mark of the stream. And there will be a video because it'll, like, we're doing an official set here. Oh my god. That's 4 12 passive minions in 2 maps. Can't get the right one. It's tier 17, not 16. Has to be tier 17. This strat.
You've had us exiled.
Somebody asked earlier if I tried SSF or hardcore SSF. Hardcore? No, no. If I did try another mode, it would be hardcore trade. I like trade. To me, there is no ARPG without trade, but that's just me.
Worst experience I ever had while playing ARPGs is when they deleted trade-in from Diablo 3. Worst development decision I've ever seen in an ARPG game ever. 12 passive claws. They did it under the excuse of deleting real money auction house. That was completely unnecessary. Red herring. They did not need to do that. They foundationally changed the way people perceive ARPGs that day, and you know what? SSF would probably be a lot less popular if they never made that choice, and SSF and PoE would probably be less popular if they never made that choice in D3. It's got people hooked on the idea of playing an ARPG in SSF mode. Which is good for dads, I guess. At least when it comes to Diablo 3. Because, you know, they like 50x'd the drop rate of everything. Which filter? Is it from the list? Omega strict. Ooh. My God. So slow. I gotta get this thing down. Holy shit, dude. Oh my God, the action speed. I feel like I'm getting double tapped by action speed nerfs on this map. Oh. Another, recovery map. Wait, what? Where's the boss? Why, dude? Alright, that literally... It's gonna cost me the whole map. Because she ported and I didn't see her port. Now I gotta deal with this. I would have killed her in that time. Oh wow, I got through that. Alright, it's possible. Yeah, it looks... Just got clipped by that. Holy! He did it! No reward for it. The true 6 portal. I 6 portaled one. I did fail to kill one boss so far. Oh yeah.
When did you finally start streaming on YouTube? What? Like 3 months ago, man. Something like 3 or 4 months ago? I don't know, it's shooting like lightning lasers from... I got like Emperor Palpatine energy going on sometimes. I don't know what that is. You guys know what that is? Omega Strict, yeah, yeah. Unending Nightmare is required to get the cluster drop rate, yeah. It doesn't just drop more clusters, it drops clusters every single round instead of only the final round. So you get like, oh, I don't know, 6 times the amount of cluster drops? Something to that effect. Fifth within your soul? What? Ah? Oh my god. Another hard boss? In the world? Instantly, like, no health. Ooh. Wait, Shavron died? Why? Why'd you die, Shav? What are you dying for? Oh. 6 times I'm sold. Guys, we only got 6 maps left. Forty div net. Although I'm getting pretty unlucky on this run. But we'll look at all the clusters I drop and then reference the proper drop rates that way. So we'll be able to, I'll be able to tell exactly how much currency this strat makes. Excluding, like, you know, the occasional divine orb and stuff. We'll have a really good picture after this. Just gotta wait. 6 more maps. But I should drop something like 12 to 15 claw clusters. I've only dropped 5 so far, which is really bad. Like small reservation clusters, I have dropped like 12 to 15 already of those. Which that one is usually the most valuable one in the league. Yeah, so it's really lame. the one league they're not worth the most. I drop a ton of them. I mean, other leagues I've dropped a ton. Well, I mean, we have 12 passive claw clusters worth 7 div. Usually there's no cluster worth 7 divines over a week into the league. If there is one, it's a small cluster. I don't know what build. I heard it's Palstron, something, something into accuracy stacking. Yeah, this is 100% deli. I mean, it is in the back end of the map. Called passive minion. 11 passive claw. Yeah, I could have put that on there. I could have, but I'm not. That's not gonna last more than a day, I don't think. I don't really want to add that on. Three claws and 15 maps for you. Nice, grats. Good rate. How much DPS does the build have? Yeah, it has like around dot cap for Ubers. I thought in 100% deli I could go way beyond dot cap because it would get, you know, the DPS would get smashed by the weight of the monsters taking way less damage, but I don't know, it doesn't seem to work that way. Either that or I'm crazy. Your build only defense is 6 portals. Not this time. I actually have real defense on this build. I'll make a video about it soon. Max fizz hit of like 40k or something. Without any guard skill up. I think this is 40 div an hour strat. Yeah, probably. It's for sure at least 30. Yeah, most of my deaths are from a lack of recovery. It's always been kind of an issue with this build, is recovery. You can see I'm not usually like dying suddenly. It's like, oh, you have 50% life. Oh, now you have 20% life. Oh, you're recovering, but it's not enough. Now you have 10% life and you're dead. I mean, I have amazing recovery on paper. It's just really, really rough. I even had hematophagy anointed on the amulet for a while. It's like overkill on recovery. That's a leech anoint. It's 100% investing into leech on the amulet anoint. I mean, who does that? Nobody does that. I have 8 life on hit. Yeah, I'm in a weird place because I don't want to rely on life on hit too much because I'm trying to use Tanu Ahi gloves for adrenaline as well. Is this build better than Elemental Hood of the Spectrum? I wouldn't say it's better, no. It's different. It's way tankier. Small passive cluster. I mean, it also depends on what snapshot of the build you use. If you want to see the build POB, just look at my profile, exclamation profile, or type POB. I got, you know, the late end game POB is basically where I'm at. I just don't have Progenesis. Yeah, life on it. Yeah, if you don't have enough, if you have too much life on hit on like normal content, you'll never proc adrenaline or onslaught through it because it'll override. Even just having a small amount of life on hit is kind of sketchy with that. But I do have like 80 life tap going on, so I don't know, it's kind of okay. That's weird, I never got stack deck option on this. No, the commands don't work on YouTube, sorry. You'll have to check out Twitch for those commands.
Really? Another small cluster. And reality. We tried running Molten Zofcraft. Yes, I don't like it because it apparently shares a cooldown with guard skills, and I think guard skills a lot stronger than that. Assuming you have the links for it. It does save you the links for it, though. Another small cluster. Still gives you 5k. It's not about that. It's about having a very short internal cooldown compared to the other one. I like shorter internal cooldowns. And shorter durations and stuff, so I don't like this super long duration thing that it has. Yeah, I'm leaving the breach. I don't care about the breach. Cared about it enough to spike it up and then maybe drop the WOM gift or whatever. I'm unfinished, but I'm not going to spend extra time doing it. I don't know. I don't remember what it's called. It's all garbage to me. I've messed around with it long enough to know that it's pretty much trash. I mean, if you get lucky, good on you, but it's been trash for me. Doesn't matter whether it's mysterious, lavish, ancient, doesn't matter. I don't really care at all about anything related to the League mechanic. Except that I like, oh, one of each. Dang, I was hoping for double claw. I like the juice that it has, just like the number of monsters and everything. But yeah, other than that, I don't care about it. Imagine it was double claw.
The artist? Okay. A corrupted unique item div card. Not a price of devotion, but alright. Artist. Corpse life on Earth. On Earth. It's in the path of building. It's like 110,000-ish. It's level 30 without an enhance, basically. Last magic, guys. Need a magical boss kill. They debated us with the movement speed, lionized paws. I know. They didn't actually come out. That's terrible. Good thing I'm running Mage Blood, so it doesn't matter as much. Really? Last map. Super nasty. This is the end. No cluster. Reality fact? Alright. Alright, we had some pretty bad RNG actually on claw clusters. I will, of course, verify that by looking at all the different large clusters and averaging them out. We'll see what the drop rate should be. Okay, 30 reality fragments. No, 25. Okay, I actually got unlucky on reality fragments too. Well, alright, Laura, let's see if that's actually true. Let me see. No, actually fewer blazing. Okay, maybe not. Well, that means I've been getting lucky on reality fragments. Like every time I test this until now. Okay. Maybe. Six 12 passive claw. Nine 12 passive minion, and you know those are identical drop rates, of course. So I mean, there's first bit of evidence that I got screwed.
15, 12 passive lightnings. Look at that. Spell, 12 passive spell. Oh my god, what is this, like 20? Jesus Christ, dude, imagine if I'd had this RNG on the claws. Holy fuck, dude. 23? 23. 12 passive spells. Man, that's an eye roll. Actually, I got 23 claws. That'd be so insane. It'd be like 60 div an hour. Action speed work with poison? Yeah, like, not chill, but temp chains does. Hey, Amisid, what's going on, dude? 12 passive shield. I'm currently checking to see how screwed over I got. $13, 12, or no, 14, 12 passive shields. Amisid, are you even streaming these days? Ah, yes. Well, naturally, I dropped way more 12 passive dual wielding than claws. Of course I did. Of course I did. 15 dual wielding. SMH. I mean, guys, that is super fucking screwed on claws. Not only was it the lowest number, it was the lowest number by far. The average is going to be way higher than what I actually got. I said it was supposed to be around 12 to 15, and that definitely checks out with the total of what I'm seeing here. Let's check. We still got 8 passives, a couple of 8 passives. Things to check. All right, we have 8 passive minion, because these will also be identical drop rates. Oh, thank God I had the wherewithal to commit to, in the intro, to commit to normalized average loot. Would have made this strat look so much worse than it is. Well, passive claw really is going to be the least dropped cluster out of 12 different types. That's amazeballs. I'm so mad. I can't believe the game did that to me. I did a lot of stream, you know, I did a lot of farming this off stream, was dropping them like freaking candy. So, I mean, it goes to show how it is. Oh, another one that actually got bad RNG. Oh my god. Hey, it wasn't the worst. It wasn't the worst. Only 5 8 passive shields. Alright. That makes me feel a tiny bit better. Maybe. 8 passive lightning. 10. Does anybody know if small passive cluster is identical to large passive cluster drop weights? Physical. Those are things I need to know. 15. 8 passive physical clusters. Another good showing. Not that this is really worth anything. Anything that's like 10C or above in bulk was on the filter at the time, although it changes. The different clusters flutter in and out of that 10C range over time. The last category is two-handed weapons, I guess. All right. I used to craft on them a bit, but not lately, no. You don't craft on 12 passives unless you're going to commit to it. I mean, at the very least, you're going to, like, fracture it. God, how many smalls did I get, though? This is wild. $22. Mention 22 smalls. I'm not going to use this for the sake of the math because I'm not 100% sure. Small cluster weightings are the same as large. When it drops a cluster, it may like favor, like smalls may have a higher chance of dropping or something in the, like a global drop rate. All right, time for a little bit of math. Got 6 plus, wait, hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Good, that's all 12. 6 plus 9 plus 15 plus 23 plus 14 plus 15 plus 16 plus 13 plus 5 plus 10 plus 15 plus 10 divided by 12. 12.58. 12.58. I should have dropped in 60 maps 12.5 claw clusters. That's rock solid math right there. So we'll find out how much I actually made, and we'll find out how much I should have made. After that, I also have to normalize the reality fragment drop rate down slightly because apparently I was, I don't know, a little lucky on that. They're worth 6.5 now. Okay, 25 of those. 21 of those. 25 of those. $23.6. 91. One divine less. I should have got one divine less value in reality fragments, and otherwise it didn't make much difference. In 93 divines. Oh, 12 passive minions falling a bunch. In the last couple of hours. It was like 110. No, it's like 70. 70. Spell cluster's fallen a bit too. Lightning's raised a little bit. Net profit 105 divines. I think it was about 3 hours and 15 minutes, not 3 hours flat. Remember, always less efficient when on stream. I tried to be really efficient this time. I earned 1.8 divines per map net. $32 divines per hour. .5 times 6.5. Normalized div per map 2.5. Normalized div per hour 45.
Wait, sorry, no, hold on. It's a tiny bit less. $45 divines per hour, normalized. If I were to do this strat indefinitely, I would make 45 div per hour with the current price, economy price. Points. What it says. Don't worry, I'm gonna show you guys everything in a minute. I'm just getting it all done behind the scenes so we can speed run it through the video. Well, this is a hell of a farm. Now, some of you guys been saying you've been getting bad luck. Some of you already saying you're dropping the claw clusters on the regular. Just gotta put the time in to normalize the results the hard way. Not through math, but through sheer force of will. Something like that. Okay. Yeah. I know I'm referencing him at 6.5 because that's what the app says right this second. All right, guys. We have the results. Okay, there's some pretty big results. Let me share what we have. First of all, dump tab A has everything except the valuable loot that I was tracking for the most part. Of course, we will count dump tab A and B together. So here's where, you know, the targeted loot is, as you can see, and I was deliberately setting this to the side to count it and cross-reference it against each other because we're normalizing results. We're checking real results and normal results. Very, very unlucky here with the claw clusters. As you can see, 12 different types of clusters were dropped, and every single one of them dropped way more than claw clusters, except one unlucky one, which doesn't matter. It's 8 passive shield. So we had 8 passive two-hand, 8 passive physical, 8 passive lightning, 8 passive shield, 8 passive chaos, 8 passive minion, 12 passive dual wielding, 12 passive shield, 12 passive spell, 12 passive lightning, 12 passive minion, 12 passive claw. 12 passive minion and 3 passive reservation are definitely more valuable than most clusters. They're at least half a divine each. And so obviously got some pretty good value there. But even the 12 passive minion was pretty unlucky. And I guess the winner of today's raffle is the 12 passive spell. That one massively overshot its average. I would have made if I dropped 23 claws, but we don't need to do that. All right. It's an outlier. There's outliers both ways. So unlucky this time.
And that's nice and all. We'll check the results right now. Oh, yeah. First of all, update. Even just a matter of about 3 hours. It took me about 3 hours and 15 minutes to do this farm. I couldn't quite get it all done in 3 hours. But you can see the claw cluster, I think it's at 7 divines each when we just checked earlier today, not very long ago. It's already moved in value a little bit. And so just keep in mind that the price points that I'm using are these right here, okay? Not the beginning, but the end. And so it actually lost half a divine apiece. And some other things moved around, I guess. Wow, that's weird. It looks like the reservation cluster just... Hold on a second. Did that just... Okay, whatever. I think that reservation cluster just moved up like 20 chaos in the last 5 minutes. It do be like that. Yeah, it moves a lot. Okay, so we're just going to go with these numbers here. We're just going to go with these numbers. One thing you'll notice is that the claw cluster is missing. And for some reason, it's not even on Wealthy Exile, but we use this site to kind of track other things. Ah, yes, you can see the reservation cluster here is registering 72 C apiece, but it's 94 C apiece. Usually these are basically identical. I don't know what the deal is. Yeah, that's strange. Well, I'll just go with what Wealthy Exile does. For the sake of argument, that's what we'll count it as this. So it might be even better than what I thought it was. Anyway, here's everything in all the dump tabs. Didn't have to loot too much stuff, really. Not too much stuff. Okay, as far as the numbers are concerned, let's start with the investment cost. Reminder, 26.5 divines. Investment, that's the scarabs and the maps. Just buying them regexed individually quickly through asynchronous trade. Gross is 132 divines. Where did this number come from? Well, that came from what you saw in the app, which was, I think, was 93 divines. And then it also came from 6 times 6.5 divines, because I dropped 6 claw clusters that weren't even showing up on the site. And basically everything else of any real value did show up on there. So I simply had to add those in. No problem. That totals up to 132 divines. Net profit 105.5 divines across 60 maps. That's 1.8 divines per map. Net profit 32.5 divines per hour for my character and what I was able to run this strat in. That's what I personally earned in this farming session this time. Now, I believe that the more interesting results are the normalized results, because it is incredibly easy to normalize these results with high accuracy. And by that, I just mean it's not like, let's normalize the mirror drop rates against sacred orbs, okay? This is way more trustworthy data here. I can't remember the grand total number of clusters, but I took the grand total number of large clusters and divided it by 12. The number was 12.5. It was actually like 12.52 or something like that. But anyway, it's 12.5. And so what this means is, on average, I should have dropped 12.5 of each individual one of these particular types of clusters. 12.5. Because, I mean, you can see it's what the line is somewhere around here, right? Okay? Like every single cluster should have hit this line on average. So spell clusters I should have dropped way less. Claw clusters I should have dropped way more. You get the idea. Not tracking as far as small clusters, it's probably a similar story. I almost certainly should have dropped less of those, but I'm not normalizing that because I don't know if that's exactly the same drop rate as the other ones. Actually, I forgot to normalize the minion cluster, but it's such a drop in the bucket compared to the claw cluster, so I didn't mess with that. So the cluster value adjustment is that I needed to add additional, effectively an additional 6.5 claw clusters. So I needed to take 6.5 times 6.5 to get 42.25 divines extra adjusted value for the normalized results. As far as reality fragment is concerned, I overperformed slightly according to the 3 different elevated drops, key drops. We have blazing fragment, synthesized fragment, reality fragment. I'm not 100% sure all of this checks out because we do have new fragment drop rates in there, but you know, it looks like the Abomination boss has an even weighting of these 3 fragments, so we just add these up, take them divided by 3, and the number resulted in a slightly normalized down value of reality fragment, basically 1 divine, okay? Not very much. So the normalized results are going to come out way higher than what I actually dropped on account of the claw cluster being cranked up. That result is 2.5 divines per map and 42.2 divines per hour for 3 hours and 15 minutes of farming. Okay, so if I had dropped the right number of claw clusters, I would have made well over 40 divines per hour. What did I say? 45.2 divines per hour. That's what I meant to say. And so this looks like, to me, in this exact snapshot of time, a 40 to 50 divine per hour strat. I dropped a few divine orbs, not major outliers. I dropped an artist card, which is, the artist card was technically the biggest art. It's not going to change things that much. So I didn't have any, so I didn't drop a tier 0. I didn't drop anything weird. And you're not going to drop, usually, and you're not going to get any real value from anything other than this. And so nothing looks out of form here. Everything checks out to me on this farm. The results may change, you know, obviously they would change a lot depending on, you know, how often you died on the boss, how often you failed to kill the boss. I actually failed to kill the boss 1 time out of 60 maps, even with 6 portals, so that was unfortunate, but okay. That happens to the best of us. It depends on how fast your character is. It depends on how lucky you are, okay? It depends on the economy, okay? Tomorrow the economy picture could look totally different than it is now. But if that claw cluster is going to be worth 6 divines, or even if it's worth 3 divines, this is an insanely profitable strat. That's for sure. Especially in the current market. You can delete the VOD now. No. Now, before we do some final thoughts, I want to do a little gamble. Okay, we got a little gamble. And usually this takes some time dropping all these cards. One other nice side effect of doing this strategy is you will walk away, even on your worst day, you're going to walk away with hundreds of stacked decks. Oops, I'm supposed to click the other button. And that can feel good, right? Because, I mean, who doesn't want to buy a lottery ticket on a bad day, right? Is that how it goes? I don't know if that's how is that right? You buy a lottery ticket on a bad day or a good day? Which one is it? I suppose if you're handed a lottery ticket on a bad day, it's good. You don't want to buy a lottery ticket. So you're handed the stacked decks for free. One at a time.
Welcome to the Forge.
So we had 365 stacked decks. I mean, I should get at least 1 big card out of this. Right, guys? Nothing there. Is this the same strat as in your video? Depends on which video you're looking at, but yeah, the most recent video, it is. I am killing the boss now in this strategy, which definitely helps the earnings. Yikes! That is not very good. That is not very good at all. I lost more currency, guys. I'm just unlucky all around. All around unlucky.
We've made a trade.
Alright, let me give you some final thoughts. I think most of you guys are absolutely going to be happy about being aware of a strat like this. It's quite often slides under the radar. Every single league, usually the small reservation cluster is the most valuable one. We have a very peculiar situation where meta is shifting and a new popular build calls for 3 of these clusters. Again, I mean, you could be using different clusters that would do the same thing, so I don't know what the deal with that is. But I'd say ride the wave, baby. Ride the wave. If it's going to be like that, all right, then go for it. Try to farm clusters on this strat, because clearly the demand is really high and the supply for what that demand is very low. It won't last for a real long time, but what will end up happening down the road is the claw cluster will begin to crash slowly, and then it'll crash kind of quickly, and then it'll go down to like probably within a few days it'll be like only 2 or 1 divine, and then we'll basically be back to status quo where no cluster is really worth more than 1 divine. And you know, the crazy thing is this strat will still be pretty good even if every cluster is worth no more than 1 divine, because it's just that good anyway, like as far as baseline, especially if you're killing the boss. Here's another piece of a bit of good news. If you are unable to kill the boss and you're not able to do that part, and you can only bum rush, you know, the trash mobs, clear half the map, maybe 6 portal or whatever, that's fine, because right now the market really favors that variation of the strategy. I think it's worth killing the boss if it doesn't slow you down hardly at all, but if there's a 6 div cluster out there, then there's no shaming just bum rushing 5 reward tiles and getting out, going back in the map 1 minute flat. Like, that's the league start strategy. You could just do that strat now, and hell, you might even make more than I made killing the boss just for sheer time efficiency. I don't know. So definitely the current market balance favors that type of strategy right now. So the getting's good right now. Just keep an eye out on the market. Don't get too frustrated if you're failing to drop the claw cluster. They will come for sure. I know a lot of you guys will have some FOMO about it, but that just is what it is. Yeah, as far as me and what I'm going to do moving forward, I don't know if I'm going to farm the strat much more. Probably will, because it's just so out of the sheer value and how lucrative it is right this second. I probably will farm it for another day or two. At least another day. And then as I see it crash, inevitably, we will move on to some wildwood fishing, I think. I might do some pilfering, but I think I want to try some wildwood fishing and maybe dabble in a little bit of lock and mirror farming, if it is viable. I think people are having a hard time finding that sort of in-game loot. So I will do my due diligence to look for that. Yep, that's about it. That's going to conclude this video. I hope you enjoyed this farming video. Hope you get a lot out of it. Hope you drop a lot of claw clusters, make a boatload of currency, get yourself your headhunter finally, mage blood, or progenesis in my case. Finally get progenesis. I've been holding off on that one. I guess I don't need it that bad. The build is pretty tanky already. But that will be what I likely purchase with the currency I made today, because I definitely made enough currency to purchase that in 3 short hours. Alright, thank you guys for watching. We'll see you in the next video. Okay. That's a video. Video wrapped. Zeroth says the funny thing is Palestron even said people can use double-handed weapons cluster for the same affixes, but the viewers are so dumb they'd rather watch his pub instead of videos, so claw cluster is completely overpriced. Yeah, I know. That's how it goes. Hey, I don't make the rules. I just farm the currency. Do. You know, just in case. Wait, what? Yo. Let's see. I put for 6, 6, 6, 7, 7, 7. Probably won't sell for 7. It might be the last time it's a 7 divines. That might have been a very short point in time. But if you want some proof of it selling, I have it here. 7 divines. This was a claw cluster base. At least one of mine did sell for 7 divines. Whoa. Alright guys, any last questions before we sign out of here today? We had a pretty good stream.
All in order. I'll let you know.
That's not the question I'm looking for. What's the next farm? Can I stockpile on Scarab? I don't know. I wouldn't tell you if I did.
Greetings. Till next time, shall we?
It's my secret. I'll go to my grave with that secret. Secret farms coming around the corner. And that's exactly why I'm not going to log in tomorrow. I'm not even going to log in tomorrow. Because I'm going to do my secret farm for a whole day. I'm going to make a crazy amount of currency, and I'm going to tell you guys about it after the fact. And then it'll all be too late. Give us a hint. Wildwood fishing. That's your hint. Wildwood fishing. Dump it. That's what we do, man. That's what we do. We farm. Okay, a streamer does a farm off stream for a day. Then they do the farm on stream for a day. Then the next day they make a video about it. And then the next day they do a different farm off stream. And then they farm it on stream. And then next day they make a video on it. And then they do a different farm the following day off stream. That is the streamer farm cycle. Every streamer does this to you. Okay. Oh my god, say it ain't so. What? Can you explain normalizing variance for cluster drop? Yeah, every single, at least insofar as looking at the same cluster type, i.e. small, medium, or large, every single, for example, every single large cluster has the same drop rate. There is no difference between minion drop rate versus claw drop rate versus lightning damage drop rate. There is also no difference in 8 passive drop rate versus 9 passive, 10 passive, 11 passive, or 12 passive. They all have identical drop rates. They have literally identical drop rate. So if you're tracking more than just one specific drop, like 12 passive claws, you can cross-reference that with the drop rate of whatever you dropped otherwise. So in my case, I had a total of 11 cluster types that I was tracking, and I picked them all up, and then I got various amounts of each one, and then we simply averaged them, and that is the right number that I should have got. So out of all these types, I averaged 12.5 clusters of each type. Which means I averaged 12.5 claw clusters even though I only dropped 6. I averaged 12.5 spell clusters even though I dropped 23. Because that's how averages work. That's how normalizing the drop rate works. I mean, TLDR is 12 passive spell cluster does not drop more often than 12 passive claw cluster by averages. It does not have a higher drop rate. No, it is not more common. It is definitely not more common. As somebody who has been farming these things for like years at this point, every league, spell is not more common than claw. Minion is not more common than claw. Shield is not more common than claw. Dual wielding is not more common than claw. 8 passive claw is not more common than 12 passive claw. 9 passive claw is not more common than 12 passive claw. You can take that to the bank. That is definitely the case. The only thing I don't know for sure is if 12 passive claw is more rare than 3 passive reservation cluster on a small cluster. I don't know the answer to that. It would probably be pretty similar drop rate. But there's different weightings on smalls versus larges, so we don't really know. We don't hear about the guy who drops only claws. Well, I mean, that was kind of me earlier when I was testing this. I dropped... I mean, my last 20 map test, I dropped 5 claws in 20 maps. Which is above average. On the 20 map test I did before this farm, I dropped 5 12 passive claws. That's an average of 1 passive claw every 4 maps. Did you collect data on 8 through 12 or 8 through 11? No. No, I didn't do that. I don't see any reason to. This data is good enough with the sample size. This is pretty good, pretty strong data set. If you guys want to challenge the data, do your own test, put it up on YouTube. That's great. If you want to do what's his name? Who's the guy that does the insanely rigorous test? I forgot his name. You check the affixes before you sell them? Yeah, just to make sure it's not like GG or something. Gym, yeah, slippery gym. Right, if you want to do a slippery gym like test on this, more power to you. I root you on. I'm not willing to do that level of testing just for the sake of this. What are these worth? I think this thing's lying to me. Oh, now it says 75. We'll do 75.
Really?
78. Some of them. Max roll strap page, Atlas, exclamation Atlas. Well, bats and minions, 62. Wow, this keeps crashing.
Hopefully there'll be interest.
Wow. Why are those worth so much? 12 passive claw? Because meta cucks.
What have you got for me?
Meta cuck phenomenon.
Ahoy there.
18 divines. Well, that's we're still selling for 6 each apparently. Yep. Yep. Alright guys, we're gonna sign out of here. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream today. Enjoy your cluster farming. Is there a reason you prefer that T17 map over Fortress? Better boss fragment drop. And the map itself is way cheaper. They're not even clearing the full map, so you don't really get the real value out of the map. We're gonna raid Arrow today. You guys like Arrow, right? I don't know what he's doing, but he's doing something, I guess. Alright guys, take it easy. I will not be on tomorrow. I'm not actually going to farm a secret strat that I already know of. I'm probably just going to farm the strat some off stream and get the video out. If I don't get it out tonight, probably not get it out tonight. I should get it out tonight because who knows what the market's going to look like tomorrow, and people are going to be pissed if I put out a video talking about prices that don't even exist anymore. But oh well. Don't crash the market too much, alright? For my sake. Do it for Snoo. Anyway, I'll see you tomorrow, or see you in 2 days. 2 days.